Am I back? Hopefully. OBS died. Speedrun 80%, huh? Okay, we're back, I think. So I might have to go. Okay, I thought stream died again. Fuck. I'm gonna go take care of my nephew for a little bit. Apparently there's something happening that requires my attention, so I'm gonna leave this here for a little bit. I'm sorry. It's a little bit it's a little hectic morning.
Hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Did I not open it? Hi, Dom. I opened it. I have to leave for a little bit, no? I'm sorry. Because my nephew requests a little bit of attention today. It used to be this, okay. Maybe a little bit more softer this time. Hope you're doing good, Doc. I sleep, have a good day. Okay, have good sleep, Doc. Thanks for stopping by. I will drink. And also, I'll be right back. You guys need to look at Kazuya. Have good sleep. But I'll be right back. I know, I'm sorry. Nephew requests attention for a little bit. Much love. Hi, Marks. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go look at my nephew for a little bit. I'll be right back. It'll be quick. Trust. It'll be quick. I'll be right back. I hope you are doing good though. Yeah. Sorry. I have a really hectic morning. Whew. Okay. I think everything should be fine now, hopefully. Okay, now I can play Tekken. Oh, hi. Also, hi Marxine. I know you came in a in a weird timing, but I hope you're doing good. Also, I'm speaking a little bit weird because I'm kind of sick, so I'm fine. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm a terrorist. I still don't know how to do. I still don't know how to do Ghost Battle. How will I do Ghost Battle? How do I choose Ghost Battle? They didn't say how to use how to go Ghost Battle. Match anyway? There's only a quick and ranked match. I still want to play a little bit of Azucena. So this is something like Street Fighter 6 now, this situation. Like you can match, you can do matching while running around the lobby, something like that. Let's see how this works. Still don't know how to do Ghost Battle. I wish I know. But one thing's for sure is that the matchmaking right now is actually amazing, because the last time I played Closed Network beta test, Closed Network test, it was horrendous. I cannot even find a match. I have to wait for so long for a single match to happen, and I keep matching with people in North America, which is like weird. But it is what it is. But now it's a lot better because I can get matches a lot more consistently now. I'm glad. Yeah. Let's go, first match of the day. Cafe. I cannot shout. my throat hurts, I cannot shout. I didn't duck that one. Combos. Oh. Nice punish. Okay. Combos. Strings. Ooh, patience. Nope. I'll do it again. Nope. Oh, I think I pressed a button. Yeah. Hi, Hypnomancy. I cannot shout. I'm sick. I got sick, but I hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Damn, wow. You do that again? Are you sure you're using... Oh, I forgot they can just do it. Again, let's go. Oh, nice. Didn't duck. I think it's my plus frame. This one. Nah, not this time. I was hoping I'd get into the beta, but didn't. No! Full release isn't too much longer, at least. True. The game's gonna release next January, right? Next year, January. I think it's yeah, not too long. Need to save up money to buy the game. Actually, I think I can just buy the game now. Let's go. I'm so excited for this game. It's so good. Ooh. I should be able to react to that. I can delay that so much? I didn't duck that. Careful. I'm using my same strings. Oi. 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 Ow. I didn't duck because I got hit. Do it again? Nope. Nah. I didn't duck. I didn't duck again. I know you want to do it again. What? Azucena is so fun. Ow. Oh. Nope. Perfecto para ti. Oh, I think Return to Lounge is like worse. Nah, I would just like I'm not gonna go into the battle launch anymore. Just gonna go rank match for the main menu. That's like much better because it causes lag. And look at that. Yeah, let's go back to the main menu. Hi Shredder, Stinky. Hope you're doing good. Let's go. Yeah, let's just go rank match because it doesn't cause any lag here. That's how they fixed it, because I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a little maintenance today at 4 PM. Doing good? Yes, good to know. I'm gonna play a little bit more Azucena. Maybe I play some other characters as well. Who do I want to try? Raven? How is the Bobo? Bobo is sick. that's why I'm speaking very softly. I bumped up the mic so that I don't need to speak loud. I'm sick overnight. It's kind of weird. Everything was fine, and then last night after I sleep, when I wake up, I suddenly feel like shit. Sick again? I don't think I've been sick for a long time already, but I'm okay. Just gonna take it easy for a little bit. I want to stream still because there's Tekken 8 going on. Oh. What's this called? Oh, okay. That's a good move. It's a mid. I can do it again, I think. Yeah, I can do it again. It's like Armor King. I don't know what's the combo, wall combo for Azucena. 2-1-2? But it's a high mid high. Oh! Oi! Oi! At the bubble? Yeah. Drink more water? I will. Let me drink it right now. Amalika? Amalika? Okay. I mean, it's 5 bars. I trust that. I don't trust Amalika, no? Side swapper, goal-oriented heavy hitter. Lai. I don't like Lily, but let's do it. Is this out? Not yet. This is close. This is... Reggie, this is CBT. CBT. Also, hi Reggie. Ow. Whoa. Off mid. Low. Low. Oh, CBT, yeah. This is close beta test. I didn't react on that, really? Oh, it's a mid. Ooh, nice step. Oh. Uh-oh. Strings. So you can wreck newcomers on release, probably? Nice. Uh-oh. I was attacking. Who's the gamer? What? I'm plus. I'm very plus. I don't know. I don't know what language she's speaking. She's from Peru. Also, I may have bumped up the music a lot than the other things. I want to listen to the music. Oh my god, I cannot. My sore throat hurts so. My throat hurts so much. What? I'm clowning. We're clowning. Hey, I pressed it. Ooh, nice. Raven to try her. How fun is she? Very, very fun. If you know the parry and shit, she's fun. Look at that. That move's very evasive. People like that move a lot. Mid.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice punish. Hey! Oh my god, I pressed it too. Oh, heard a step. Oh, second hit. I pressed it. I ducked. That would be cool. I think fighting games should have a ton of newbies and only a few featuring guys personally. Uh oh. Nice. I ducked. Oh, I'm getting cooked. I'm getting cooked. Ooh. Stop. Oh, what a stab. I'm dead. Good shit. That was beautiful. It's Mortal Kombat, but a bit with more moves and without much violence. I guess I don't really play Mortal Kombat, so I cannot really draw the draw the difference between them. But Tekken will always win in my book. Might be a little biased because it's like the only fighting game that I want to get good at. Nice. Second hit, I forgot. Nice, good call. Hey! Come on! I think it's natural now. The first hit jails. If it hits you, you cannot block the second hit. Not that punishable? And yeah, it's first hit jails, it feels like. Oi! Oi! Hey, no. Oi! Oi!
Fight.
Hello? Oi! Woohoo! Okay, I'm clowning. I'm throwing. Mid. What? I'm clowning. Te expusiste. I'm clowning. Dude, she's fun as hell. Perfecto para ti. Close to Spanish, maybe?
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, character interaction is so good. Kinda sad she's the only new character they've added yet. Yeah, hopefully they add a little bit, like a few more new characters. Like brand new for Tekken 8. Yeah. That would be really cool. Oh, you know what's funny? Okay, let me cancel this. So in heat mode, if I go into stance, and then if I do the chicken dance, it refills my heat gauge. And during those chicken dances, if they either do a low or a high against me, they'll get fucking parried. In heat mode, it will be a launcher. Not in heat mode, high would just be evasive and low will be a hit, like a knockback, I think. Why? Do I show you connection is okay? Yahoo! Hell sweep! Nice. Damn, she's so fun. Nice. Ooh, that's a high, but I was backdashing. Hell sweep! Good shit. That was nice. Nope. It's a low! Where's my parry? Nope. 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 It's just so good. Dude, Azucena. I'm gonna cry. I will shout if I can, but my throat hurts so much. Let's do it. Nice. Woohoo! Nice disrespect. Damn, he's dancing. Oh, good call. Good call. Because Oi, I'm plus. On hit, I'm plus, I believe. Plus 102, I believe. Not a lot, but it's me plus, so I can still 1-2 afterwards. If they press 1, they lose. So Rachel is a really good call there. Not that punishable. Hell sweep. Te expusiste. Nah, nice mid. I ducked. I ducked. I didn't duck. I'm getting schmicked. He's scolded with the sauce. See? Nice. Forgot about it. Disrespect? Okay. Dude, what is this lag? It's not on my end. What a combo though. My game runs at 60 FPS constantly. That's not on my end. I know because on the top left it shows. Really? I guess they don't want to play. Against Azus because Azucena is too hype, I guess. Yeah, it's more than 10 seconds. Oh, okay. Maybe his PC's dying so hard. That's the first time I met with this conundrum. We both ready, but I think it desynced. You know what I mean? I think it desynced because it's more than 10 seconds for me. It's less than 10 seconds for him. So it's like on his end, it looks like I'm not ready, but on my end, it looks like we're both ready. You know what I mean? Because here I'm already loaded, and it's already been more than 10 seconds for me. But for him, he just started counting down. So I think it's a little bit of a bug here.
Get ready for the next battle.
Buzzy. Also, yeah, see on heat. Hell yeah. 4 bars? Okay, sure.
Get ready for the next battle.
Under the light, okay. I'm surprised that I can consistently throw break when I was fighting against a Lily and duck some moves. Yeah. Lily looks good in this attire, holy shit.
Fight.
Oh, it's a mid. Mid. Nice duck. Ooh, what a step. Oh, running down for it? Goddamn, alright. I can respect that. Wow, okay. That's good. Nope. That picks up! That's so good. I didn't block in time. Low. Oh, I was spike dashing. Nice. Oh, you can duck away that one? Maybe I delayed it a little bit as well. Nice mid. I was stuck in there. This lady is good. Let's do it.
Round 1. Fight.
Woohoo! Almost. Nice punish. I ducked. Woohoo! Mid.
Round 2. Fight.
Whoa! The duck! It's the first time me doing it. Nice duck. We take those. Nope. Jeez. Hi Nexus, welcome. Sorry if I'm speaking a little bit weird. I'm suddenly sick. Disrespect, okay. Woo! The evasiveness. Plus. I ducked! I ducked! Yeah, I suddenly got sick. Overnight, you don't get it. They like to duck after that. Oh, going down. Hope we get better soon. Thank you, Nexus. What an evasive. Yeah, Lily's very evasive. Oh. Oh, hop kick. I ducked. I totally ducked. Ow. Ow. Nice. Doesn't work. Mid. Alright, I got this. 1-1. It's a tough fight. Perfecto para ti. 1-1. What a conversion, that's sick. I ducked. That hits grounded? That's nasty. Uh-oh. That picks up. Oh yeah, it's a Tekken 7 combo. Going down. Mid. We're just jabbing it out. We take those. Nice duck. Oi! No creen? There was no taunt though, that was just a that was just my stance. I mean, her stance is kind of like a taunt, so that you hit him, you hit her in the face. So in case you guys don't know, Azucena's stance will parry high attacks and low attacks, which means something like high, low will get parried. I cannot test it out currently because I don't think I can control the dummy. So even this is the stance. Hold any direction. The stance still stands, you know what I mean? So even if I'm doing this, any high that connects to me or low that connects to me will get parried. So yeah, there you go.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's my friends list friend, is it? I think that's my friend. Wait, I've seen this name before though.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice delay. Nice. We take those.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice mid. I guess they know about the parry. Setups. Duck. Damn, all high crushes?
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah, there we go again. Going for damage this time. Nice. Whoa, my leg. Snake edge. Cool. Do it again, I guess. Nice. I ducked. Setups. Ooh. I ducked. Yeah, Feng is still as menacing as ever. He didn't use one down back 3, which is what concerns me because that's like the best move in the game in Tekken 7. They didn't even use one down back 3.
Round 1. Fight.
Thank you, Chapel. Oh, that's faster. I got 10 hit. I got 10 hit stringed. Whoa. Oi. Wow, okay, that's way faster. Yeah, down back 3, there it is. Oh my god, I actually got smicked by that. Plus. Not plus, I guess. That's a clean hit? I thought I have a bit of a distance there. That should be punishable. Nope. Help. I cannot. Okay, they know about the stance, obviously. That's a dragon? That's a bit of a dragon there. Yeah, it is my friend! See that? Same name! Good shit, buddy, good shit. Yeah, I know that name. It's like, that's like a mega Tekken veteran. It's like, I definitely recognize that name. It's like, yeah. And I cannot do all the cheesy shit against them because they know the game too much. They love Tekken. They're from Thailand.
Get ready for the next battle.
I thought we were fighting again. Oh, this guy is trying out many different characters because of the Tekken power. ¿Es hora de entrar? No, no. Woohoo! Ready? Oh my god. Am I dead? Kenpo. Kenpo. Messed up. New move. That looks very plus. Nice whip punish. What was that? Ow! I guess Fang is still strong as ever. Ooh. Nice. I'm not ducking. Oh my god, Fang! So many good pokes, it's insane. So many checks that is plus on block. Looks like Fang's still the same. Kinda say I'm surprised. I mean, I gotta jokingly say that Harada likes Fangs, so maybe that's why. Nice stuff. Low, alright. High crushes. Paul. Wait. Since when Fang is a fucking hell sweep? Hi Mika. No, oh shit. Oh, down big tree. Nice stuff. Pressure. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I might be a little bit more quiet than usual because it hurts to speak because of sore throat. Ow. Oh, range. Did they buff the range of that shit? Oh, they know. Okay. Azucena costume 4. I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I. Yeah, swimsuit. Nice. The step. Oh no, my stance didn't come up fast enough. Nice chat. Convert. Good conversion. What? They gave him a safe distinction, really? Plus. Oh no, that was my back. Good shit. This guy's good. They absolutely know when the cross frame is and abuse that shit, which is good. The pressure is insane. And they learn how to duck strings too, so hell yeah. I'll play a little bit more Azucena. I do kind of want to play a little bit of Jun and also Kazuya. Maybe even a little bit of Jin. Oh, that's possible? Yeah. Oh. Clearly a high crush this move. More splats, high crush. Desposiste. I love how it just gives heat gauge like that. Not a lot, but it helps keep the heat going. There are multiple times I want to do 4-1, 3 into down 4-4. Because after 4-1 back turn, and then 3 into stance. So stance down 4-4 is hell sweep. But of course, doing stance is like a lot of other moves. This one is like a homing mid that causes the heat engage. Of course, 1-2 high 1 check is the fastest move, I believe. So 1 check, 3 low into back turn, 3 and another. This is 3 is pretty much just like stance change. So 4 mid check plus frames on hit. You can do a 4-1, commit to it, and cancel the stance. It's a mid-high.
Get ready for the next battle.
How do they even count that I'm respectful, but also a troublemaker? I'm a lawful neutral kobold. Lawful neutral kobold. Senna! Let's go. Hop kick! Nice. Careful.
Round 2. Fight.
Ollie. Strings.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, mid. Combo? Ooh, combo. Sweet. Yeah. Oh, I tried the heat burst.
Round 4. Fight. You win.
Necesito promocionar mi marca.
To be fair, that string is a really good one. Down for 1-4-1. It's a high mid high. It's safe on block. Counter hit launcher. Third hit.
Fight.
Hi. Oh, okay. Combos. They got combos. I'm gonna wait for your heat to be gone. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Am I dead? They got the combos. Cool. Nice combo. What a comeback, we take those. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think I'm getting kind of good at Azucena. Kinda. A little bit. Just a little bit.
Get ready for the next
Albeit
battle.
the combos are basic as fuck, but it gets the job done. It gets the job done. I mean, I know this. I can do it. It's more damaging instead of just 34. So let's see. I usually do this mid. 51. 51 damage is so sad. 51. How about this one? 55, 56 with a little bit more wall carry. That's good. So how can I optimize the shit out of this? 4-3? Yeah, 4-3. 4-3. Down foot 4-1. 4-2-1-4. 58. This one I can do 4-4-4. Down foot 1. Wi-Fi? Shit. Fine. God damn, close spanner test using Wi-Fi. Seriously? Go get a cable or some shit. They are not so expensive.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm not even surprised that it's a Paul that's using Wi-Fi. It's either Paul or Law. That's always the case. It's fucking Wi-Fi. Alright, here we go. Always works. I almost ready to do it. Nope. Don't even try it. Not bad, okay. Nope. Nope. I just realized Azucena's downfall 1 is super fast and quick. It's super quick.
Round one. Fight.
Should have expected that, to be honest. Oh my god, damage! Ow. Cool. I don't think that's death.
¿Tienes café?
Yep, that's not that.
Round two. Fight.
Nuh-uh. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Don't press button so I'm plus. You're getting hit.
Crearé el café perfecto para ti.
Perfecto para ti. Yeah, I'm getting back to that Tekken groove now. Feels good.
Get ready for the next battle.
I mean, I guess 4-3 isn't that hard to do. So let's try to implement 4-3. This into this. Right? Doesn't seem too hard now, doesn't it? So, down for 2, 4-3. If I can down for 1. Oh! Nah, too far. Okay, so this, down for 4-1. Ender. Oh, it has frame data now? I just realized. On the bottom left. What? Shit, I need to check this.
Get ready for the next battle.
S plus, S plus, S plus. This guy? Holy. I'm in for a treat.
Round one. Fight.
Nice disrespect. Confirm? You almost did. We take those.
Round two. Fight.
Mid. Oh, I should have held it for a little bit. I knew it was coming.
Round three. Fight.
Down back 4. Oh, nice, I'm dead. Damn, good shit, good shit.
Final round. Fight.
Ooh, that was a corner hit. Good shit. Damn, he good. I like it. He's forcing me to play Tekken instead of Azucena, you know what I mean? I cannot do a lot of cheesy shit against him, they know. Like, a lot of things that he knows. So it's... I like it, I like it. Oh, nice. Delay, nice. Very expected that. Good shit. Woo, headshot. Too far. We take those.
Round 4. Fight.
Uh-oh. Nice. I low parried. Nice delay. Whoa. That was a really strong move. Good shit. That's a really good Brian. I like it.
Get ready for the next battle.
I need to constantly check the time too because I need to bring my sister to the airport tonight. It's 1:44. Still have a lot of time. If I remember correctly, I have to stop at around 5:30. My sister needs to reach the airport by 7:55. Sounds about right, I think. Yeah. I think the connection is pretty good, honestly. Like Wi-Fi 5 bars. A 4 bar wired connection is fine. Sometimes my PC will like die a little bit because it's like the game's too strong. But it doesn't hinder too much. I feel like, at least.
Es hora de entrar.
Let's go Tekken 7 Nina.
Fight.
Nice, I pressed the button. Damn, what a combo. Oh, they know, okay. Combos? That's a really nice combo. I got shot! Chill. Good call. Oh, I keep getting counter hit. I need to stop pressing so much buttons. Going down. Ooh, what a dodge. Oh my god, I can't even do combo properly. Nice. Although that seems like a high. Let me try to duck some strings, I guess. Nice. I tried to sidestep that one. Nice. I did some Azucena shit. Okay. First time to cavalry, so now everyone up ranks. No more first stand, I guess.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Uh-oh, 1-1-1. Nice! I tried to block low, but I was in the middle of waking up. Nice, they know. Time to switch it up. Guarantee. I tried to sidestep that one. Too far? Yeah, too far, too far. Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Good call, good call. I rely on plus frames too much so they can rage out this. Goodbye. Nice. They learn how I play so hard. I did a reverse sweep and then now they sweeping me.
Round one. Fight.
We take those.
Round two. Fight.
Oi. Too much oi. Ah, didn't break it. Guaranteed. Ooh, they're trying to learn that. Yeah.
Round three. Fight.
Yeah, she's a very hard learner. I need to stop whiffing too much buttons. Oh! Snakeage. Nice, they're learning. I ducked. Nice. I jabbed. Woo! I low parried. Good shit. Yeah, they're learning Azucena's string. At least the one that I'm been using. That's amazing. I didn't even try to learn Nina's string.
Get ready for the next battle.
Man, I want to play more with that Nina. That's fun. See, I can do it here, but in a real match, I just cannot. 36. This one is like 40 something, right? 42. This one?
Get ready for the next battle.
Let's go. Let's go. Another Azucena. I like what I see.
Round one.
Eso.
Fight.
No, thanks for the boop. Oi!
Round two. Fight.
Oh, nice. Hi, first one. Hell sweet. Oh my god, I keep getting hit by that. I am testing my own medicine right now.
Fight.
Yeah, there we go. It's clear as day how we both play.
Round four. Fight.
Oh my god, my own medicine. Oh. Yeah, obvious. Uh-oh. Did you just rage out through my oi? Did you just rage out through my oi? If I can shout, I will. I was in the middle of my string and then you just rage out through it. I didn't know oi is so slow. Alright.
Fight.
Okay. Chan. Aggressiveness bonus, punish bonus. I just realized. Yeah.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah.
Round two. Fight.
Oi. Oi. Oi.
Fight.
Good shit. Perfecto para ti. My perfect. My favorite line. Perfecto para ti. Let me see if I can get Azucena to warrior and then let's play one other character. Warrior Azucena soon? Probably. With my CDS combo that works. You know, I've been doing only this. Which does like no damage. But it gets the job done, I guess. Yeah. This is a very funny hop kick though. Woo. Plus 36 on hit. On hit plus 36. On block. I get a test on block. Practice settings. Opponent's action. Block all. Heal. Action after a hit or block. Cannot set like neutral block, heat, rage. Is there no block after first hit? Maybe it's set as controller. Or standing block maybe? Action after a hit or a block. Oh, action after a hit or a block. Standing block, there it is. So you just stand. Okay. Sorry. Block all. So like this, even though it's not a neutral string. Oh, -1! So if they jab after this, I still lose. I thought I'm like +1 or some shit. -3 on hit. Minus how much? -14 on block. Wi-Fi, okay. +8 on hit. Now we can look into frame data a little bit. So that's -1 on block. The Oi, I thought the Oi is like +1 or 2 on block, so I always do jab afterwards, thinking that I might just win.
Ready for the next battle.
Oh no, I'm gonna get tilted. I'm so gonna get tilted by this. No. Anyone but Xiao Yuo.
La mezcla de Azucena es genial. Tú también lo crees, ¿no?
Kimetakara.
Round 1. Fight.
Oi. What the hell is that? Mid. Oh my god, this is AOP. Oh shit. Should have expected that. Oh, plus. Oh my god, snake edge. Unseeable snake edge, let's go. Xiao Yu. I did that too. No parry, alright. Oh, ow. I did the jab now. I sure expected a Xiao Yu player would use Wi-Fi. But then again, the connection was really good, so I have no reason to say that I lose because I use Wi-Fi. Connection was pretty good.
Round one. Fight.
No punish. Not that punishable, I guess. No. Big jack. Go. Mid. Fucking AOP shit, man. Should have ducked that. They know. Perfecto para ti. Oh, I thought they're gonna leave.
Round one. Fight.
Nice, it's it. Natural. Linkage. Ay, almost. Nope. Was waiting for this shit. Praised one button Rayshard.
¿Tienes café?
Tienes café?
Necesitas más café.
Round 3. Fight.
Are they punishable? I think that hits. Yeah, get Rayshard.
¿Tienes café?
Nice, we beat Xiaoyu.
Necesitas más café.
Necesitas más café. Hi DT. Stands guard for my combo. Wow, we got warrior. We got warrior for Azucena. We did it. We did it. Warrior for Azucena. Oh, thanks Nexus. Hi Tyra. Hi Ingril. We got ads. Yeah, there's ad break going on. All right. We got Azucena to warrior. Now what do we do? Let me see who they want to play. I hope you are doing good though. I'm back, Hewell. Hi, welcome back. Yeah, everyone is strategies now. Strategies now. Hello, cutie. Well, I cannot do my usual. Well, nah, my throat hurts badly today. I'm getting sick. Nah, I still want to play Kazuya. It's way too fun. Let's play Kazuya. Your throat hurts? Hurts suddenly on. No, I'm sick.
Get ready for the next battle.
Streptok. What is that? I don't know what that is. I'm sick. Overnight. I don't know why. This morning I woke up and I feel like shit because I got sick. So I bumped on my microphone. I don't need to speak. I don't need to speak a little bit loud. I can speak softer. And the mic can, like, you know. The mic can... I bumped up the mic, basically, so that I don't need to speak too loud. The bacteria that cause infection to your throat. Oh, I have no idea about that. I haven't go to the doctors yet. I figure that it's just like a common cold. Yeah, I figure it's just a common cold. I don't know. It's the first day. Usually the first and second and third day feels like shit. Usually. I'll be fine, I hope. Just I don't want to stop streaming though because there's Tekken 8 going on. Oh. Let's see. Okay, alright. By the third day of being sick, you should check out the doctor. Sounds about right. Damn, Panda. Nice combo. I think that's punishable, 1-1-2. I don't know anything about Claudio. I'm so bad. I need to get back into Kazuya groove. Oh my god. That one should be duckable. That's punishable. I think there's... Yeah. You just did that? I want to try if I can cheese this guy out. They seem to be playing pretty basic. It's not as good as Tekken 7, that move. 2 can play that game. 2 can play that game. Reload. Oh god. That's punishable. Doria. Wee! Of course they don't know what they expect. Nice, I press button. I can low parry that. Nice optic. Il mio potere! Damn, that hurts. Osir. Nope. Don't do that. 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 You're not gonna wake up sidestep that shit. Don't do that. Let's go promo. God, I love Kazuya. Doria. Doria. Oh shit. Am I fast enough to do that? No, okay. Sure, delay that. That doesn't work, I forgot. Wee! Oh! Okay, they know. I'll stop doing that. Nope. Doria! You didn't grab? There's no need to grab. I just need to Doria. Stop doing that. What? Who can play that game? Ow. Uh-oh. I think that's that. Do one grabby, just one grabbies. Alright. I don't know what's the Hell's Gateway it is. I don't remember the input. Who likes a bit of a rage art? I know I do. Total meta. Goodbye. 所詮は雑魚だったな。所詮は雑魚。They're so scared now. Jabs? Jab. I need to find a chance to grab. I cannot just grab. Hell sweep! Nice. Hell sweep! Hell sweep! Hell... Nuh-uh. Ow. I'm ducking. This is not gonna hurt. This is gonna scale too much. I said don't! Not that punishable. Not that punishable. I press a button. I told you don't whiff a button! Don't whiff a button! My rage art button is on point. Look at that shit. You're getting whiff punished again. And don't whiff a button. 所詮は雑魚だったな。I need to check the input for the Hell's Gateway for Kazuya. The command grab. I think it's while crouching down forward 1+2? No, it's not. Let's see, all techniques, throw, attack reversal. What? Oh, low parry, okay. Approach opponent, it gets a fail. Oh, it's down back. So 1+2, Stonehead, okay. So only 2 command grabs. Out for 1+2. And then while crouching. Yeah, this. Orokaだな. Wi-Fi, shit. Brian? Brian is cool in this game, hell yeah. Everyone is cool in this game, except for Fang. Fuck Fang.
Get ready for the next battle.
Why Fang? Fang's too boring. Only 2 moves you can win the game. Down back 3. Down back 3 and you win. Fucking too strong of a low. Let's go Azucena. Nice duck. Ooh, they got combos. Uh-oh. Not that. Nice mid. This is good. This is a strong Azucena. I forgot that doesn't work anymore. Nice hop kick.
Yep.
Nice. Don't die, I died. Hi, Evie. Nice. Had a feeling. Don't do that shit. I know that. I know that counters high and low. Nice. Ooh. Nice. Yep, I saw it. What? Bro, what do you mean? Really? Rachel recovers that fast now? Nice. Oh, combo. Okay, they wasted their way. They wasted the heat. Oh, I should have blocked that one. What? That's punishable. Nice, I ducked. Whew, that was close. Good shit. After 1-1, it's a 50-50. Oh yeah, that was good. Why? Please don't do that. It's giving me anxiety. I'm trying my best. I'm not like a pro player. I'm just playing this for funsies. Delay. Oh, Carney. Hi. Hi, Carney. Oh my god, the lag. Hi, Carney. We hope you're wrecking. I'm trying. Oh, hell sweep. Nah, don't try that. Thanks, DT. Oh, you were doing art? How was art? Oh, come in, Raiders. Nice mid. Ooh, combo CD. I messed up the combo so hard. How was Art Kearney? Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. We take those. Do you have a combo as long as Azucena? No. Because triple electric into heat bound doesn't work anymore. So it's kinda hard. Hi DRK Fire. Hi, welcome in. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Thanks for a raid again, Carney. I hope you had fun with art. Also, I'm speaking a little bit weirdly because I'm mega sick. Well, not mega sick, but I just started to get sick, so sorry. Dude, what's this lag? Nuh-uh. Ooh, nice duck. They bet all on that. The kobold killed it? Yeah. Oh, it's a low grab. I cannot disrespect that. I tried to. I thought that's punishable. I tried. Oh my god, that's a weird move. Can I block that? Oh my god, she's clowning. I broke it! Dude, I broke it! 1+2, come on. You wanna do that shit again? Oh, can wait for it. I pressed. Dude, 1+2. Dude, 1+2. I cannot believe it. I can react to throws, but I'm not breaking them. Well, good shit still.
Get ready for the next battle.
Even the sea sponge can see that throw coming, but I cannot break the throw. Weird. I'm pressing it. 1+2. Yeah. Input is fine. Yeah, 1+2. Why? There we go. Damn, this shit is too hard. Hi, Scarlet. So many people are catching colds. There are some I know that is catching the cold, yes. It's kind of scary, like, even my sister just recovered from catching a cold too. But I'll be fine. I hate it. Why does it not work anymore? Maybe I have to only do it 2 times now. Because was it too strong? 3 times? 4 times into 4 times into heat bound? Was it too strong? I don't think so. The execution is hard as fuck. Even that one doesn't work anymore. Like, what the hell? Sorry to hear that you're feeling sick, Kobo. It's okay. I'll recover as fast as possible, as fast as I can. I'll definitely try my best to rest more when I'm not streaming. I don't want to stop streaming because there's Tekken 8 going on, so yeah. Congratulations, you've been chosen as my sleepy stream. I'll take it. Thank you. I hope I'm not too loud. Even though if I want to, I don't think I can. Like, it used to be this combo back then, but it doesn't work anymore. Why did they butcher my boy Kazuya like this? Oh my god, it's so sad. Do you know how hard this shit is? You have to do forward, neutral, down, forward. So it's like forward. See that? That's a waifu step. So if you repeat it, it'll become waifu. And then you input 2 while doing the waifu, it will come out this punch. See that? So that's how the move works. But you have to input down forward at the same time with 2 to get the just frame, so that you get the Doria, you get the electric effect. If you do a just frame, it'll be faster, it'll be stronger. It's a really good move with very fucking high execution. And then the game just decided to nerf the combo. I don't get it. Why? Lore fight. Are you for real? Are you like really that new? I guess you are. Don't do that. No attacks. Nice punish. Nope. Nice power crush. Power crush? I'm plus, I'm sorry. No, I'm safe but not plus. Specialty, that's not specialty move. Nice. I ducked. Interesting use of heat. Low, hell sweep. Low. Ooh. Yeah, this person is like a new player. I get it. Not that punchable. Uh-oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. I think I'm actually dead. これで終わらせる。The duck? Hop kick? Oh shit, good call. I thought I could do a low there. Not that punishable. Nice mid. I was being so toxic, I'm sorry. I'm basically bullying a new player. I'm so sorry. Alright, don't play with them. Don't play with their feelings. With interrupt net. You cannot step that. Oh, you can, I'm sorry. Combo.
Round 2. Fight.
Ow. Wee. Nice. Nope. Nope. Ow. I ducked. No. You want a low? You want a low?
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. That was plus. Uh-oh. Nah, they were so scared. They're very scared. I dashed in, dude. I dashed in. Yeah, they're very new. I did not play their feelings towards the end. I'm playing the game, going as hard as I can, trying all my best. Because to me personally, to go easy on someone is disrespecting someone. Unless they ask for it, then yeah, I'll do it. But on an online playing game like this, if I feel like someone is going easy on me, I feel like I'm being disrespected because they are not giving their all. So I personally don't like it. It doesn't work anymore. Those are not real. I can respect that. Thank you. Hi, Perry. Sending out alert while I do D&D with some peeps. Nice. Have fun with D&D. Hope you're having a good day and have a fun stream. Fun stream, definitely. Good day. A little bit hectic morning, but I'm doing pretty okay now. Never mind me being sick. No, it's just human stuff. But yeah, I'm okay. I'm doing pretty okay. I hope you're doing good too, Perry. Thank you. Oh, it just puts me back. I guess for me it's situational. Done spraying on them to the point where they never get to do anything can make them hate the game and never want to play it. True, yeah. I guess if I'm playing on the casual setting, then yeah. If casual setting, having fun is good. I think yeah, I see your point too. Although playing rank going easy might be a little bit disrespectful, but that's just me. If playing casually, of course I can clown around. I can just do this shit and me and just die for it. On the other hand, if you're playing someone who's already played the game, then absolutely pull out all your skills. Yeah. Oh god. I'm gonna regret this. I'm gonna regret this 200%. Why am I playing against a Wi-Fi 4 bar on a ranked match? Ah, shit. It's okay. It's okay. I'm okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
You're playing Kazuya on a Wi-Fi? What kind of psychopath are you? Best of luck, thank you. I'll try my best. Oh, okay, here we go. Oh, you just duck and 1-2, alright. Oh, they got the Doria. Doesn't work anymore. Hell sweet. Oh, nice. Ooh. They have good spacing. Okay. Ooh, they went for it. No sweep. Nice. I ducked. I ducked. I thought they were going to hell sweep now. Oh, nice. Oh. Hell sweep. Oh god. Guess I need to be fearless and do hell sweep more. He'll just keep holding back. Oh, have you heard about Hava? What's a Hava? Hey, hi. Welcome in, Raiders. Give me a second. Yikes, good Doria. And Tylra Studios Snake Raid. Hi. I like snakes. Welcome in. How was Baldur's Gate training? Have a nice day. Wow, okay. Did you learn that from coffee? Nice luck. Arrow lost. Hi, welcome in everyone. Give me a second. No duck. Hey, I broke. Come on, 1+2, dude. Welcome in, Raiders. How is Baldur's Gate 3? Hope everyone's doing good. My name is Tylra. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. Look at what I'm playing right now. Oh, they did it. Oh! I found it. That's a nice combo. Alright. We are having a good time, but then my internet crashed, and then when they come back, couldn't invite them back because I called a bit early tonight. Oh god. Internet issues. Painful. Not that punishable. Dude. What? I shouldn't be pressing buttons there. Doria, this. Doria can go into that, that's insane. I ducked. I didn't duck. Nope. Uh oh. What? Do you not know how to play on the other side? Welcome to Tekken. Where sight matters so much. Yeah, sorry you have to deal with the internet issues, but still glad you're having fun, though. Oh, had fun. Oh, nice. Doria. Dude, I need to stop challenging that. They like Doria, they Doria, I duck. Dude, connection! Although I hope we all are having a great time. There's 2 person I need to do like a proper shout-out still. Sorry about that. Playing Tekken's a little bit harder to do the shout-outs. Give me a second. After this match I'll do it, if I remember. Let's go. Oh yeah, you did. Oh my god. What am I doing? Oh, nice. Combos? Bad punish. Nice. They're so aware. It's rolling. Yikes. Too far? Too far. Uh-oh. I ducked, I totally ducked. That was bad. I ducked. Nice hell sweep. Hell sweep. Nope. Don't even try it. I'm keeping out. Hey, I broke it, dude. Nice punish. Hell sweep. The sequel. Oh, I went into it. Gosh, I went into it. Nice. Hell sweep. Rolling. Oh! Was lurking on the background. No, lurking is fine. Don't be sorry. I'm dead. Hell sweep? Yep, I'm totally dead. Good shit. I need to do more hell sweep. I'm too afraid. I need to go because I need to do some stuff. Yeah, it's okay. I hope you have a good stream. I will. Thank you. The moment I'm playing Tekken 8, I'm having a good stream. Elvis Presley? Looking at? I mean, is it because of the trench coat? I don't know. I thought Elvis is like known because of his hair? Question mark? Hi, diehard dwarf. Unless there's someone else that I... Maybe that's... Is that someone else? I don't know. I don't know who... I don't exactly know who Elvis is. But if you say if it's Siti Nurhaliza or Sheila Amza, then I probably know, yeah. Cool. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Nice punch. Low. We take those. Elvis Presley's white suit. Huh. Nice. Ow. Oh god, I tried to do armor. Yeah. Good shit. I press the button. Ooh, nice. You like spring kick, don't you? Hell sweep. Whoa, wait, that's so strong? Hell sweep full launcher? That's safe, I think. Nice duck. Oh, mine's too slow. Hi, Brecky. Did you draw that? Why is that so adorable? Delay. Uh-oh. Nope. Nope. Nope.
Final round. Fight.
Doria. I didn't draw that, a friend of mine did, and it's awesome. Nice. I love that. The true depiction of a thug. True depiction. That's amazing. Also, I hope you're doing good, Breaking. Got myself some comestible real quick. Ooh. I assume that's food. I disrespect that. Nice. Didn't punish that. Don't know why. Delay. Yikes. What? Yikes. Ooh, damage. What a duck. Oh, I went into it. Ooh, what a duck. Nice armor. Hey, I ducked. Too far. Oh, what a whip punish. And what does that work for Jin? God damn. What did they do to my Kazuya? Hey! Oh my god, it's a 2 break. I pressed 1. I should duck that one. Oh, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. I need to really respect someone when they have rage and I do a plus frame move. Yes, it's food and I'm using funky name for food. I can respect that. Hell yeah. What the hell is that? What is that subtitles? What is that subtitles? No, oh man, my throat. Ow, fucking it hurts. No, shit, but it's so funny though. I'm okay. Oh. Oh god. We take those. Nice, I ducked. Nice low. Ooh. Oh damn, that scaled in a weird way. This is the first time I feel like Sidewall saved them. Shit, I got schmixed. Damn. I need to stop disrespecting that. No, you think I'm not gonna disrespect that? Let's go, final. I. Dang it. Oh, let's go! Ow! That hurts. But that was so hype though, I won. Damn. That was good,
Get ready for the next battle.
Carlos a combo in protective mode. Alright. I'm being protected. By Dirks. Dirks. I love that. Also, I saw the combo is this. That's not it. Why did I do CD3? Oh yeah, CD3 is a good move, right? It's a high, but it's like a good engager from far away. Also, thanks, DT. Claudio? Oh no, not Claudio. Il mio potere. Il mio potere. God damn, you sidestep 4, asshat. I got. Osserma. I try to hit burst. Hit burst is a little slow. Oh my god, that move. Also, hop kick. That's not enough damage. Damn. Punish. I didn't punish. Oh my god, damage! Didn't even get into rage. Hey, I didn't break it. This move. Oh my god. It's a mid. Claudio, dude, Claudio. Safe to say Claudio is a character that is like a character that allows easy execution for good damage, right? But if I duck the high, they're dead. You know what I mean? Yeah, if I duck that, they're dead. Hey, come on, I break that. I ducked. But that's where the mind game comes in. Oh my god. Claudio is a one running 1, that's a high, one running 3. That's a mid. Ooh, we take those. Play it safe, play it safe. That's a high, I think. Hey! No. Mid. No. Flachong. Oh my god, what is that? Nope. I press 1. That looks like a high. Oh, serum. I'm learning. A little bit. No high. No high. No, oh my god, I pressed it though. Even the C sponge can see that coming. Oh my god, I'm dead. You know what? We take those. We take those. Side step rage art. That was actually pog as fuck. 所詮は雑魚だな。雑魚。Oh, for 2? Oh my god, damage. Flachon. Flachon. Flachan. Hey! Oh my god, it's a side throw. Uh-oh. Do you know this? They know. I threw. I threw the round away. I threw the match. I thought I could be cool and duck the one running 1 and rage on immediately, but I threw it away. That was good enough.
Get ready for the next battle.
Should just go for while standing 1-2 instead. But I'm greedy. Just like a kobold does. Cannot help it. Come on. TC? So now the combo goes from 4 electrics or 3 electrics into heatbound to 2 electrics, heatbound, down for 3-2-1. goes to the screw, and then maybe a 3-1
Get ready for
3-1
the
stance
next
cancel
battle.
2 or 3-1 stance cancel 1, 1+2 all works except for heal sweep. Cool.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, here we go. Hwarang shit. I'm just gonna keep doing that. Nope. You and your Hwarang likes armored moves?
Round 2. Fight.
Yes. Nice stab. Combos. I press 1. No. Yikes, I keep getting load.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Safe. Uh-oh, that was bad. Don't use that one. Oh, dude. It's the Hwarang shit. They're back. Too far? Okay. Ooh, just guy. Let's go. That's amazing. Nice stuff. They're learning. They're learning, but not me. But still, Hwarang shit is hard to deal with. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Lucky. I'll take that.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice stuff. Ooh, I tried to rage out there. Didn't come out.
3. Fight.
Oh, shit. Nice punish. Oh my god, man. Why do I have to guess all the time? That gels. They were thinking about it. I was too short. What? Is this a setup? Probably. Good duck. Gonna give credit where it's due. They ducked it down for 1-4. Probably because I do it like at least 20 times in that certain matchup. Not the spam. It's just Hwarang shit. It's not as annoying as Fang. I'll take Hwarang over Fang any day. Fang's reputation just got tarnished in Tekken 7. It's so bullshit. Wi-Fi? Oh, God, alright.
Get ready for the next battle.
I'm a troublemaker, block up, and goal-oriented. Troublemaker? Block up? I guess I block a lot, question mark? This is still so cool. Lily looks good. Ow! Oh, eggs. Nice. I ducked. I was ducking for 10 years. I'm dead. Good call. Big jab. Oi! Almost raked in that one. We take those. Ooh, nice stuff. Head crush. Up one. Nice delay. Yeah. No, nice. I was doing electric. Electric is not as good as it's not good against Lily. 4-3 more. Almost. Oh no, I cannot do rage art in between that. Kitty.
Tu es là pour fêter ma
Salt. Kitty spotted. Kitty spotted 10 out of 10 game. I mean, it used to be 10 out of 10, now it should be 11 out of 10. Alright, let's do it.
Tu ne crois sûrement pas que tu peux me battre.
It's kinda hard to react to. Nice. Oh, where's my fucking heat bound? Elegant. I was stuck in. That's enough. Big check. Hey, almost. Hey. Ooh, I know that string, don't use that. Ooh. I ducked. Oh, that's gonna skill so much though. Stinky, hi Roxas. Atu. What the hell, camera? What's going on with camera? Ooh, that's a lot of points. Let's go. Time for noob stomping. I've been stomped multiple times, Roxas. Hello. I'm not that good. Nice. Picture. Whoa! What is that range? My health sweep? My legs too short? Uh-oh. Space. No ninja yet. You wanna see Raven? Nice. Good job. Big job. Nuh-uh. Sorry, man. Not like this. Just gonna play against her, that's it. It's just, yeah, I just realized she's just doing a lot of unsafe stuff, just 112 to death. Yeah, that's good enough. No Cooney, but Raven. Raven's way cooler than Cooney. Way cooler than Cooney. Cooney good. Nah, Raven good, not Cooney. Look, I'm sick, okay? Show laser eye combo. No. Back 2 1 plus 2. Honestly, you're saying in demon mode.
Ready for the next battle.
Side step 2 into up 1 plus 2 into screw into ender. Ja! Let's go. Ooh. Okay. I don't know why I go for down foot 2 now. Ooh. L sweep. Ooh, that was so aware, dude. This guy knows. Nice. Oh, you can do that? Nice, I ducked. Nope, I broke it, come on. Ooh, that's dev. Damn, that's a lot of damage. 1 plus 2, I broke it. Perfecto para ti, but this time it's not me. Laser pew pew. Yeah, that will work now. Hey, don't say laser pew pew, it makes me want to do it. Okay. Oh. Is this death? Almost. Mid? Wow, good call. He's just stuck on round start. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. I didn't block. 2 over. Okay, don't do that anymore. Ooh. Ooh. I can duck that, I just need to react to it really fast. Damn, they got the Azucena combo. Oh, it tracks! Oh, I'm dead. No, good rage art. Hi, Smokey. This person is absolutely amazing. The awareness is insane.
Necesitas más café. Crearé el café perfecto para ti.
Perfecto para ti. Good shit. That was amazing.
Get ready for the next battle.
Doing stinky noises. I know. I mean, you always been doing stinky noises. Ooh. It's too hard. Wi-Fi? Oh. I thought they're gonna decline.
Get ready for the next battle.
Where Armor King? The name. Where Armor King? Armor King is gone. Shama Walida. Let's go. Stinky. Ow. Oh no. I ducked. Oh, they know. Alright. I tried to cheese them out, but it doesn't work. Okay, let's never do that again. Come on, I pressed it 1+2. I ducked. I'm just getting red. I'm just getting red throughout this whole round just now. Is that unbreakable? Ow, homing. Woo! That's unbreakable. That throw is unbreakable. Okay, first king, I guess. I ducked. punish. Stop doing that shit. I don't think that's death, no. Because they are airborne. Yeah. Come on, 1+2. There we go. 1+2. Look at that. Oh, yikes. What? Looks like that one, it's a bit slow. I didn't break that. Oh, I'm dead. That's unbreakable. So after that kick, it's a smix. Only on hit, it seems. Do it, leg! I'll take it. I think that was my PC dying. Oh. Uh-oh. Should duck after that. Ooh, nice pickup. Nice. Ooh, I think I have to roll, not wake up. Ow, nice duck. They got the combo. Gonna step that. Ooh! My leg's too short. Dude! Nice punish. Mid? Good call. Nice mid. Yeah, they realized me ducking a few times after the kick. So they went mid all the time. Which is fair because I was ducking all the time after the kick. That throw just benefits the king too much. Is everyone using Wi-Fi now? Also, let me check the time. 3:49. If I remember correctly, there's gonna be like a maintenance starting at 4 p.m. If that's the case, what to do for that 2 hour? I didn't think about that. More Counter-Strike maybe? Yeah, why not? Probably. Lurs is cracked in this game. Mishima no chi shikumeda. Dude. I'm getting hit by all the schmicks. Okay, that's unsafe. Either that or they didn't block. Oh my god, auto. What is this lag? It's not the FPS. FPS is not dropping. Stop. Oh my god, I didn't break that. Dude, what's with the frame drops and shit? I didn't duck that. I didn't duck that. Dude, they're doing all the cheese Lars. I'm so livid. Dude, I'm getting hit by it too, and I'm so sad. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm getting hit by all the cheese Lars. Up forward 4 hits me every time. Even in Tekken 7 the same thing happens. Gotta find a way to stop that. Just hold back, I guess. Just hold back.
Round 1. Fight.
That's a lot of high crush. I should have blocked. Oh, hi, Brian. Hello. Nice. Dude, the high crush. There. What? I told you Lars is cracked in this game. Now they're supposed to— what the fuck, dude? Your Wi-Fi's dropping. I'm dead. It's a low hit. If it's a mid or high, I would have survived. That's a mid. That's safe? I'm trying to see what is unsafe here. Yeah, Lars is cracked all of a sudden. I do not see anything that is unsafe. Hope you're doing it, Brian. Welcome. Damn, is Lars gonna be notorious in Tekken 8? Shit. Because that is absolutely insane. Oh, is that real? You bet? Oh, I think that's a yes.
Get ready for the next battle.
Eisen Wolf. Wolf? Let's do it. Down 4? You're doing down 4? Do you know that? No? Alright. Guess you didn't expect that the first time. Guarantee? Sliding mid, good call. Good mix. Sure, just stopped. I'm a dragon! What was that? Why is that so funny? I'm a dragon! What? Sliding! 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 Mid? Damn. Getting clowned. Getting clowned by sliding. Let me just get my red nose real quick.
Round one. Fight.
Sliding. Guarantee. No! I ducked for no reason. Because I fought the law and the law won. Yeah, law won. I don't know anything about law. Safe. Magic 4. Achwa! 1, 2, low. 3, 1. Low. Low. Alright. Sure. I'm a little bit tilted. I guess it begins, huh? Yep. The moment I duck.
Yep.
Chill, there's no need to be angry for now.
Get ready for the next battle.
Just think of, I just need to put on the red nose, that's it. Sometimes playing Tekken makes me realize how much I needed to upgrade my system. Because there's like frame drops that just absolutely destroyed my input. It's so sad. But nothing I can do about it for now. Hey, what? Oh, it's 4 PM. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So it's real. You did great. Thank you, Brian. Although I sincerely don't think that I did great, though. That was horrible. But thank you still. It honestly doesn't feel good if I keep getting red 100%. Maybe I'm too straightforward, so I'm like very easy to read. You know, my mid and low blocks, it's not there, you know. But it hurts when I keep getting red. But still, good session though. I have to wait for the maintenance to be done. Look at that, everyone just gone. No more Tekken 8 for now. How long is the maintenance though? Let me check. Tekken 8 close beta. I think they mentioned it. Like somewhere around here. Every fight is a learning experience. True. So 1 to 4, that means until 7? What? I have to end at 6. Oh, no. Fuck. Guess no more Tekken for now. But let's play some Counter-Strike because why not? You know, exactly the game I'm gonna play when I'm upset. Actually, let me see if there's any other games I want to play. Actually, let me think about it. I want to take a small toilet break real quick. I need toilet. I need toilet. No, I should listen to some chill stuff. Plus dragons. Yeah, why not? Lo-fi for dragon. There we go. Lo-fi for dragon. Look at this. I'm gonna be right back. Gonna take a small break. Oh, I cannot see it now. Small break on the pecs of the dragon. Why not? Moisturize and stretch that bone. I will. Oh, I'm gonna go toilet first. I'll be right back. Maybe I'll put the music a little bit louder. There, that's good enough. Okay, I'll be right back. I will come back and moisturize myself.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
The yips. The yip.
Yep.
Yippity yip. I will yip. We're gonna yip.
Yep.
We're gonna yip. Let me just chill out for a little bit. I'm just gonna chill out for a little bit. Yep. I did the stretch. I went to my I was tilted, so I was tilted, so I need to sort of relax a little bit. Not relax a little bit. This shit is perfect for sleep. I know, right? This is... You need this link? I can give it to you. It's vibing. Hell yeah. Here, you can have this. No, I'm here, but I'm gonna chill a little bit. Take a deep breath. I went to go get some punching. I had a punching bag outside. I know it's probably not good for me to mention this, but it's probably not good for me to mention this. I have a punching bag outside. Look, when push comes to shove, it works. may not be very healthy about it, but it's something, I guess. Tyra, that's healthy stress relief. Oh, okay. If that's healthy, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I think I was getting a little bit too on edge, so I have to take a small break. It's not trying the control and yelling. That's a little bit scary to me, to be honest. I wouldn't want that. Punching bags are a good option. Nice. I'll take it. If it's a good option, I'll take it. In transit, sword center, Shah Alam. I bought something. I bought something. I'm very anxious to receive it. Ninja Van. That's the first time someone used Ninja Van for delivery service and not post number. More stretch, yeah. Is it dragon related? Sadly, no. Sadly, no. It's just some little things that I might enjoy, question mark? I don't know. But I'm just buying because it's like very cheap. It's on promotion on Lazada, so I just bought it. And it seems like something that I might like. So I just bought it. I'm gonna say what it is. I'm gonna say it. I think it's fine. something I bought. The things what I bought was, you know, like the long sleeve glove, but it's like silken white. You know, those kind of glove. I used to have a clown one for some godforsaken reason. A clown punching bag? I mean, the punching bag I have is quite old already. It's like... It's still standing very strongly, but... It has some... cracks, I think? I'm pretty sure it's still fine. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's definitely still fine. That shit is heavy as fuck. I don't even know how did we install that shit. That like that punching bag is big. Like very big. Alright, just a little bit more. I have to end the stream at about 5:30 or 6 because I need to bring my sister to hospital, to airport. Yeah, I'm gonna bring my sister to airport tonight, and apparently I'm the only one that's able to do it. Apparently, so I have to end the streams earlier. Look, they keep thinking that me doing streams is like the most versatile job well, job they say ever, I still treat this. I still treat this as like a, well, some sort of a job, I guess. But I take this more as a me having a fun time, to be honest. A safe space for myself. Some just me having fun and me being me. And I don't need to act like someone else. Like when I stream, this is truly who I am, and it's fucking great. Because in front of my family, I have to act like someone else. I have to be fake, so that I don't get shit on all the time. I don't get degraded all the time. Like anything to not interact with my family as much. Even my friends is way better than hanging out with my family most of the time. Although hanging out with mom is the best thing ever though. Like mom is the only in the family that's like just a little bit more open-minded. You know? Just a little bit more open-minded. Just a little bit. You know, it's fun when I get threatened. It's fun when I get threatened to get shot. When I joke about LGBTQ stuff. Yeah, that's fun, right? That is by all means not scary. Counter-Strike. Look, I have to say though, I do love Counter-Strike. I do love Counter-Strike though. But I'm in such a Tekken 8 mood. Why is the maintenance gonna take 3 hours? Fuck. Oh yeah, small break is still on the screen. Because I am taking a small break. I'm still here, so I just removed the backpack. I'll remove it in a while. This is the first time I don't know what to play. Like, actually first time. Like, I want to go for Counter-Strike. You know what? Yeah, just go for Counter-Strike. Why not, right? Why not? Just yeah, Counter-Strike. Why not? I really hope things improve. You're too good at being for that crap. Maybe I get degraded too much. When people, I'm gonna be real honest here. Maybe I got degraded too much by my family, that I have no self-worth at all. Whenever someone compliments me, I feel baffled. You know, because I never thought in my entire life when I get praised or anything, because I will always get shit on by everything in the family, and I like if I do a good thing, they just nod it off, and if I do a bad thing, albeit how small it is, I'll just get yelled at. Despite me having terrible family interactions and stuff, I still love them. Like, I really do. Right? I still love my family. Like, they're by all means not perfect, but they're still like okay. Let me change the title. Kobo no more punch, but guns instead. No more punch, but Kobo has gun. Counter-Strike. Yeah, you guys are gonna bear with my addiction to Counter-Strike. Like, my actual addiction towards Counter-Strike. It's real. It's real. Oh, hi Hypnomancy. Did I say hi to you? I don't remember. Shit. Oh wait, you appeared very early. Oh, oops, sorry. Sorry. Tylra, you're literally my favorite streamer. I don't watch Twitch otherwise nowadays, with one exception. Oh. Yours is the only Discord server I'm actively in. Oh. Even the spicy one, wink wonk. Thank you. Words that meant. Should like this though. You have way more value than you give yourself credit. You're also my favorite streamer. Sorry. I need a moment. I'm not crying. I'm not crying, you are. My eyes are sweaty, alright? But thank you. See, this is a reason I love doing this. I enjoy being here. I really do. I meant it. Every time I say the things on stream, I meant it. Something like, just lurking is enough. Just you guys being here is already more than enough. You don't need to throw money at me, but if you do, it's always very appreciated. Very. I say this all the time because I mean it. Like companionship, like real companionship, instead of just the fakey-takey ones, you know. They're out human interaction, complex stuff. You can sort of feel when they are here for not mutual beneficial stuff. They just sort of want to just use you as some sort of their benefit. I don't know. I don't know if I explained that right, but yeah. Something like that. It's weird. Oh, I forgot I need to listen to music. I have to listen to music when I play Counter-Strike. Yeah, more dragons, why not? I'm gonna make the music not that loud though. I'm actually gonna make the music super soft because I need to listen to the footsteps. Oh, thanks for the pet. Only ever sub once a month, literally at all, only using the Prime sub. I almost never give it to anyone else. Oh, thank you. Did you see the music I posted in the Discord channel? Dolly rots because I'm awesome. It was a little while ago, like 2 weeks I think, but I don't think that's a whole lot of posts in that channel. Maybe I should check more music sharing channel. Music sharing. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah. I think I listened to that one, but I don't really remember. Crap. I think you should check that out for sure after the stream or something. Oh, I definitely will. Just the title itself is good enough. 69? Do I want to make it very loud? 79. How about that? It's very self-positive and it's modern pop funk. Modern pop funk, eh? So like the music in that rhythm game you're playing. Rhythm game I'm playing? Been playing Osu, I guess. Ever heard? Question mark? Oh, pop punk. Why did I read that as pop funk? Sorry, I'm Can I make an excuse because I'm sick so that I don't really read well? That's my excuse. Lex Kobo 8. Okay, fine, you can do it. And just be careful though, Kobo is sick. Oh yeah, also, did you guys know that I bought a God damn it, I was about to show some of my skins that I bought. Like 70 cents 70 cents skins, and one is like 9 cents skin. I bought a few skins last night with my friend. You see this one? Do you know how much this one cost? It looks really good. It looks very shiny. Do you know how much this costs? Want to take a guess? Excuse accepted. Thank you. Kobo sick. Yeah. 7 cents. Oh, we are very close. Holy shit. That one I bought for 9 cents. It looks good though. It's like actually shiny. It's like, what? 9 cents? Me and my friend just like bought it. What cheap 9分而已，直接买掉它。I like it. True. Same. I like it too. It's great. Also, yeah, I got sick. Yesterday I was all good and stuff, and then suddenly I got sick. In the morning, I woke up and then suddenly feel like crap. Can't just do... Oh, sorry. Yeah, look at that, it's all my guns. Also, I have a two dragon pistol. I used to have some skins, but I haven't played in years. Fair. I only started playing this game like 3 weeks ago. One of my friends was like, "Hey, Niawan, do you want to play Counter-Strike?" It's like, what? Why? It's like, I don't know, for the nostalgia. Okay, sure, count me in. And then I played it, I immediately got... Or not immediately, after playing it for a few days, I got addicted to it. Coming long. Oh god, I'm in the smoke. Damn. I want to start playing it again now that 2 came out. Yeah, play. Play good game. Oh. Nice. Only one left. Oh shit. Terrorist win. The bomb. So, oh yeah. Which is why I'm like very quiet as well throughout this whole stream. Not quiet, but quite quiet, yeah? Oh my god. 30 months, let's go.
Yeah, it's 30 now. Time flies.
Yeah, time flies, holy shit. Thank you. Awesome ping. Ow. Who? Decoy?
Glad.
Bro, the bomb is like sleeping. It's okay. I will be sleeping too, if I can. Decoy. I like decoy and molotov. You think yellow. Why? What? Why the fuck would you do that? Get back, get back, get back. Looks like there's only one of them using PPP zone.
Come B.
Someone's mad. I hate when people throw the bomb to me without warning. Yeah. Honestly, I just do this. Disable voice comm. Then I can just play the game chill. Lose, win, I don't care. I'm just shoot the guns only. I like to shoot the gun. Damn. Look at all the skins. I recently found out. I recently found out that the fucking knife skin is all starts from 600 ringgit. Which is absolutely insane amount of money. Would you prep like a partner later? Like playing Counter-Strike? Bombs going A. I mean, back with my sleeping wife, so no voice chat from me. It's okay. I get that. Should we even go there? I'm looking there. What are you doing? Okay, fine. Oh god. Nice bait. Oh, they know where I am. Cool. I don't think they have enough time. Actually, I pressured them to not come out. Word of warning though, I only play classic and I'm bad at it. It's okay, I'm pretty bad too. Look at what I'm doing, I'm pretty bad. No worries. You unboxed the knife once. Did you sell it? Bruh, why you guys not why you guys don't do you guys not like to work together? Instead just like to like just like 大G don't go here. Smoke? Smoke? Oh god damn it. I saw it was on the fan how it looked. It wasn't anything super crazy. Oh. Yeah. Point taken, let's not go B anymore. They all have 大 G. 大 G. Oh, 大 G is AWP. You hear those sniper noises? Yeah. Those are the ones. Although considering that me and Brian's like pretty far apart, it's probably gonna be quite laggy. 大 G? Yikes, I only shot them a little bit. Oh, cool. Dachi. definitely gonna be a minute for me, perhaps even another night. I have to install it. Oh yeah. Oh, the game is quite big too, yeah. The game is like 30 something gigabytes. Nice. Don't know what that is, but it's cool. Hey look, I'm not the worst. I'm not the worst. And I only excelled at using Negev. I excelled at using Negev. You see, even I have a skin for Negev. I bought it. Man o' War, it says. Can I expect it? I mean, it's in discoloration right now because we are preparing. The 2, right? And the, of course the... Oh, I didn't buy it. I don't have the money to buy it.
Let's go, my brother.
I don't take the bomb no. Dude, someone is throwing. RG? Oh. AFK. There's no match for the Nigip. Yeah, Nigip's too good. So look at this. Double Tekken. Double Tekken. Ooh, Tachi. Damn. Right, let's listen. Don't go first. Oh my god. Fucking sniper! Don't do it. It's Desert Eagle. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Woo! Xiao Ji. Nice, good shit. I got small G. 大 G is big G. 大 G, 小 G. At least there's not a lot of AWP going on. Our team has one good AWP. I think that's more than enough. This is the first time I'm not going B, to be honest. I always love rushing B. Not this time. What is that smoke? Oh my god. Hi, Nita. It's Nita. No, I have time. How are you doing? Hope you are very genki desu, Nita. Get it. Oh my god. Wait. Okay, there you go. Hey, fuck. I panicked a little bit. It's okay, I voice disabled. 大 G? Damn. Oh. Bomb down. Oh, 大 G. 大 G 失败了. Oh, dead. Get the bomb. Maybe it's time we go B for once. Dude, AK is too strong. Nice, thanks. I cannot use AK though, it's really hard. AK is too hard. Is there someone there? Oh, 大鸡, 大鸡. Oh, 大鸡. Nice. Behind. I hear. AK spray is a bit tricky, but it's really worth learning how to play. They're diffusing. Yeah. Tachi, no! Not the AWP. Since the best kind of the game. Sounds like it. Or feels like it. Do I dare try once AK? Just once. I'll try it. Because I'm pretty bad at it. Dude, it's too... I was too late. Bomb's coming.
Let's go this way.
This game looks like Valorant. I never seen Valorant, so honestly I have no idea.
I'm planting.
One left. Look at my tap gun technique. I'm gonna tap the gun and they're gonna die. Actually just hide. Fuck. Oh. I saw him, but I was a little bit too late. Alright, all good, all good. I don't dare try AK. The jump is too much. Decoy? I like decoy. One smoke.
Let's go, my brother.
Yeah, I think we can go A now.
Throw in the decoy. Throw in the flashbang.
Why are you decoying here? What for? 2B, 1 mid, okay. Dude, they have that G. I'm gonna die.
Planted.
My god, I'm so bad at it. I cannot use AK, it's too hard. Oh, I'm not the worst though. I'll take it. Yeah, AK is tough. Is that woman's face is okay? Look! Double Tekken. Double Tekken. Double Tekken. Guys, look. There's no good lighting. I cannot show. Yeah, there it is. Double Tekken.
Let's move out.
Tick, tick. Just play what feels comfortable for you. But fair. I do love a lot of Nagif. Nigip. Oh! Bruh, are you serious? Oh my god, dude. Dude, this is the fastest round ever. What the fuck? Bro, this scared the shit out of me, bro. Holy shit. Ooh, yeah, oh wow. Alright. Someone's in the tunnel. Someone's actually in the tunnel just now. I guess the tunnel is a little bit too slow. Don't rush in, don't rush in. We don't need to rush in. There's no need. There's no need. There's no need. There's no need. We are police. It's okay. Now, do they suspect that I'm here, or do they not? It's the question, isn't it? I heard something. Is it from the music? Okay. Going in. Footsteps galore because there's no one here. T-spawn? Alright. Don't worry. Oh wow, good shit. You're amazing. You're the best. Ace round. I'm not gonna throw smoke because I don't want to scare them away. Yeah, I'm not buying anything. Hey, don't koplok. Jangan koplok. Jangan potong steam. Apa kamu buat? 2 mid. B empty. Dude, they're just rushing in. I thought we were gonna do the sneaky peeky way, but no, we're just going in, it seems. Alright. I can respect that. Guess I'm gonna go in as well from here. Yikes. Thanks.
We're in the clear, lads. Throwing flashbang. Defusing the bomb.
Negiv. No, actually it's not Negiv, it's Negib. It is now my gun, and my gun is called Negib. Alright? Because I'm a kobold. Negib. Negib. I love my Negib. It feels like they're never going to be though, isn't it? Oh my god, they have Da G. Alright, okay. They actually went for Da G, that's kinda scary.
On me.
Nah, all good.
Flashbang.
Why? Tycoon! Dixie! Wait, Dixie! Dixie, no! 3A, okay. 3A, 3A. Listen to the call out, 3A. See, the problem is they have that G. Is that smoke? Might be a little bit too far. Let's go.
Counter-terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
They're always too scary. And my smoke was terrible. Look, I don't know how to throw smoke most of the time. It's okay.
Go, go,
Go,
go.
go, go. Negib. I like my Negib. Are you gonna rush? Hey! What kind of flash is that? Don't care. I'm showing my footsteps because why not, right? See? So hey, look at that. Gonna do a bit of a... Careful, someone might be here. It's 5 on 4, I just realized. Oops. Extended A. Coming. Mid. Look behind you. went B. Really? Hey, god damn it. I tried. G. Dude, they've up, they've up. Oh my god. They've up. Tap the gun, tap the gun. Don't panic. Ooh. Dude, that's my negative. You can't just use my negative like that. God damn. That's my negative. That's my negative. I don't shoot while moving. No, that's not the point. Don't hold the button. Don't hold the button down. Fair enough. Fair enough. Boom. It's okay. Look at this. My negative always works.
Negative.
Just have fun.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You're a champion. That's a negative.
Someone inside? No, they just shoot for fun, it feels like. No one's inside. No one's inside. Hey?
Throwing flashbang.
Okay, let's go behind them. Two A, okay. A long, alright.
Deploying flashbang.
If they're at A long, let's get their ass.
Throwing smoke.
Damn, I didn't even shoot a gun.
There's no stopping us. There you go.
I'm getting carried.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Just defend the bomb. I've been doing that. But someone by the name of Tycoon likes to rush.
Throwing smoke.
Flash in B. Smoke in B. Tunnel. But I'm not gonna call that out because I'm lazy. Tunnel, tunnel, tunnel. Come here, come here. Oh, they know where I am. Ah! No. Negative in that spot is just so good.
Throwing fire.
Ooh, barbecue. Did they get smoked?
Flashbang.
Careful, teammates there. It's gone. We can defuse now.
I'm defusing the bomb.
GG, good game.
Bingo bango bongo. Fish bang in the bush.
Oh, I'm not bad. Oh my god, I'm not bad. I'm not the worst. Oh, I'll take it. 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 3 competitive matches won. Look at that. Finally. After playing for 3 weeks, I have 3 competitive matches won. Good game. GG. GG. That was GG. Negative GG. Have I ever thanked my sister for subscribable? I don't remember. Thank you, Ting Jae, if you're still here. Oh yeah, your game is still downloading, right, Brian? Also, I'm playing this while the sun is shining directly at my face. Good. When I'm sick, I'm gonna need more sunlight. Cobalt needs sunlight. That doesn't make sense, but yeah. It'll be under the night for sure. Alright. Look at the blue gun. The blue. Pinpoint suppressive fire, provided you have the luxury of time to gain control over it. Yeah, that's the problem. I'll always be slow because I need to hold the button down for like 0.5 seconds before I have to shoot like how many shots before the negative will like actually be stable. That's the only problem with negative. Other than that, negative is close to a perfect gun. Easy to handle. No speed as well. Like if you hold negative while running, it's like you're walking with a pistol. So yeah, that's only the downside for negative, which is not too bad to be honest. Negib, sorry, negib. Oh, negib. Negib. I like the negib. on my channel, negib is now known as negib. Yeah, negib. Ancient? Shit, I'm bad at this map. Oh, we have a new Cobalt posting. Digging and burrowing are important parts of a young Cobalt development. If you have no dirt available, consider letting your Cobalt hatchling build a little nest in a pile of blankets. Remember, gonna take care of your Cobalt hatchlings. Hey, hey, hey! Yo! Wee! Boo! Ooh. Oh, ooh. Hey, 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 hey.
What on?
We got this? I don't know. Oh, do I want to buy a gun? Do I go full eco? Let's try using this gun. Don't panic. 12 bullets. I think it's enough? Question mark? Yeah, don't panic and everything will be fine.
What's going in?
I'm going B. Oh god. Oh god. Damn. 鱼香肉丝 or ooh. Damn, they're good. They're good, but they're not good as my Negib. Here comes Negib. I have my Negib. PP Jong, MP9, nice. We just all just going in. Nova? Damn, alright. Alright, how do you guys go? How do you guys go? 3B, 1A, okay, I'm going A then. Smoked. Mid. What? Dude, I was shooting them. No way, I don't trust this. Why are we rushing, by the way? why are we rushing? I mean, rushing is fun, but still. That's not it. Nah, we rush. Why not? Go! I like to rush. Yeah, I'm not rushing anymore. I'm alone here. Throwing smoke. Oh, Tall Snake, hi. Oh my god, give me a second. Hey! No. Hi, Tall Snake. What were you doing? Nice, good, good. Give me a second. I think I can do this real quick. Just gonna throw smoke. What were you doing, Tall Snake? Welcome, sweet bean. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Oh, how was Baldur's Gate 3? Hi.
Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang.
Hey. No one's there, it feels like. Thank you, DT. It was good, still not out Act 1. Ooh, yeah, Baldur's Gate is insanely big, to be honest, so I'm not even surprised. It took me months to get to... Months? Right? Months to get to Act 3. So, ah! What? That scared me. Let's go, Lao Liu. Uh-oh. They got the... Oh, yeah, they are good. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is big. I will play it back someday, but not this week because I'm just waiting for Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is still going on maintenance, so I'm not doing it. Also, welcome in Raiders! My name is Tylra. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games, and I do art occasionally. I hope you had a good time playing Baldur's Gate. Smoke! Smoke! Now that they're gonna be afraid to come in from here, don't they? Yikes, mid. Mid to B. Looks like it's mid to B again. They like their mid to B. Don't go! Hey, here's my footstep. Come face me. They want me to go 1-on-4? They like B, but someone needs to look at A. I need to look at A constantly. It was a good stream. Good to know. Baldur's Gate is fun. I'll get back to it someday. Although I'm speaking very softly because I'm sick, so...
Watch out. These boys have
don't...
got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Smoke!
Throwing smoke.
Smoke! 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 A, very quiet. Mid to B again? Alright. This time I'm going this way. What are you doing? Smoky. Stinky. They really love mid to B, don't they? Oh goodness, they are way too good at using AK. Oh, I'm the best. Let's go. Nick Yip. Nick Yip is doing it. I'm just gonna smoke the same place. Nick Yip. It's not Nick Yip, it's Nick Yip. See, the thing is, Nick Yip costs like 1700, which is like a very budget gun, and it's really good. Throwing smoke. This is a good place. Even though they know where I am, they're gonna have a hard time shooting me. They're going me to B again. There's no need to look at A anymore. They just go mid to B all the time. Damn, Dachi. I thought it's a flashbang. Dachi. Nah. I'm rushing in. They don't even know what's gonna hit them. You ready for this shit? I'm gonna kill them all. I will kill them. They won't even see this coming. I'm rushing in. Because I don't care anymore. Yeah, it's too good. Damn, nice shot. It's up to you. Yeah. That was a... Dude, that was a fucking Dachi. Dachi. M60 light machine gun. Like, in real life? I don't think there's guns here. I mean, there is guns here, but you're gonna need, like, license or some shit? I don't know. Yep. Ooh. Don't know how I feel about that. It's kinda scary. Ever just go B, you know? Alright, assheads. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Assheads. I don't care anymore. You're right. That's how we do it, baby. Bam, bam here, bam. Just chill. Camp the bam. Camp the bam. There's no need to engage. Camp the bam, guys. Oh my god. Camp the bam. Don't engage. What you do? Oh, my man. Why? They fall. Camp the bam. They're already too good. We need the element of surprise. Hi Jade. Hi Tikaka. Ooh, it's Kobo friend. Hello Tikaka. Hello Jade. Hope you're doing good. I'm going in. Hey, I'm stuck. Alright, asshats. Ooh, they're going for A this time? Nope. Nope. Honestly, I feel we don't need to go A anymore. They like B a lot. It's Tikaka. It's Kobo friend. See, now I can do this. Sorry, I'm sick. And that's why I sound weird. Can't stay for long, but I had to come say hi. But yeah, it's okay. Go do things, it's okay. Behind! Oh my god, shotgun! They suck! Ooh. Oh, it's okay. There's two of you. There's two of them actually, sorry. Thanks. All good, all good. Look at this. Neck yip all the way. Damn, I'm doing good. Neck yip all the way. I'm going in. Dude, you guys are stupid. What prompted you to do that? Cool beans. G. We had an op there. We showed them the element of surprise. 大鸡啊你大鸡大鸡
Laying down smoke.
Damn, I saw what they did. They were just shooting and gunning. Oh, nice, good shit. It's okay, don't panic, don't panic. There's no need to be so... You don't need flare around your hand for that. Chill, chill, chill. Everything is fine. This is not real life.
Incendiary.
But your teammate is dead. Alright. They tried.
Flashbang.
It's okay, I don't know how to throw bombs as well. Ooh, Akka, alright. Let's go, Akka. Dude, tap the gun! Tap the gun! There's no need to spray! Tap the gun! Alright, look at this. 13-10 starts now. 13-10. Oh, fuck. Entró Barreta. Alright, I got you. Going B, it seems? You wanna go B? Alright. I can respect that. Bruh, go B. Bruh, what? Bruh, alright. Alright, we're going. Why? Alright, sure. I also like to live dangerously. I'm going in. I'm first. I'm first. Bam. I'm looking. Okay, we know where they are. I'm gonna go get their ass. Pro Bowl top of the scoreboard. Nah, I think I just got lucky. Alright, let's play some AK training time. I am atop the scoreboard, I'm surprised. Also, hi Astral. A little spicy, but I can respect that. Bruh. Molotov. Dude, chill. There's no one here. Ow. I'm bad. You don't question mark me, you ass. You want a question mark? You want a question mark? Okay, okay. No more AK. Neck yip it is. You doubt my cobalt power? You doubt my cobalt power? You doubt my draconic ancestry? Oh, you're gonna regret that shit. You can now you're gonna see the power of Nick Yip. Look at this shit. I hear noises here. And I was right.
Activating the bomb.
Dragon Bill armor Molotov knife. Sounds about right. Why would you jump down? Cool. Yeah, PPP John is very beginner friendly. So is Negev, so I can definitely respect that. That's why I use easy gun, don't use AK, even though AK is cool. Yeah, pressure them. Ooh, damn. Alright, question mark wins, okay. Ooh. Koboko Pew Pew, gonna head off. I had a nice stream. Thank you, Tikaka. Have a great day. And thanks for the lurk.
We will make them regret today.
Why do we keep going B? I mean, yeah, I guess A is a little bit too tough to like. That's interesting flashbang, okay. Oh my god, stop. My man. Double layer smoke, alright. Hey, how are you doing? I got baited. I got baited. I totally got baited. Shit, I have no gun. Alright, bring out the big guns. Magdane. I'm going A this time. Nope, I'm not moving. Bito only, this is the last round. Or maybe not the last round if we win. Martin. I did kill some of Pito or Roxas. Pito. Fine. You guys like B so much, we're gonna get. What kind of flashbang is that? Dude, stop. I have a Mach 10. Go! Mach 10. Going in. Where's the bomb? Oh, the bomb dropped. Okay, please stop. Mach 10. Mach 10. Mach 10. Like, sometimes you just need Mach 10. And sometimes you just need a little bit of decoy. Because I'm a couple. Okay, I'm gonna go listen to Dragon Lo-Fi and sleep. Alright. Fun stream, Tylra. Thank you. Hope you have a good sleep. Have good sleep. And enjoy Dragon Lo-Fi. Molotov. No one, no one. No one, no one. Plant the bomb, plant the bomb. Molotov out. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking, I'm looking. Very respectfully, I'm looking. Nice, we're destroying them. Going in, asshat. Woohoo! You wanna hide behind that shit? I'm gonna go behind you. Dude, it's in the gift. Shit. Nice. Woohoo! Mark 10! Mark 10! Guys, I'm telling you, Mark 10 is the way to go. just a little bit of a Mark 10. And a little bit of tomfoolery. Going A again? Alright.
Let's move.
Just decoy then get back.
The guy's out. The guy.
Cool. No, Mark 10! They're also using MP9. They're using the best gun in the game. Mark 10 and MP9. Who cares about all the AK or M, whatever number that is? Just Mark 10 and MP9. That gets the job done. See? Careful, your footsteps is giving it away. Nice. Negip? Oh my god, they're using Negip. 2 on 1. You're gonna get surrounded. Good try, good try. Dude, I'm the best! I'm the best! I'm the best, oh my god. I kill people in game. In game, not real. Don't ban me, Twitch. Just being a kobold is all. 5:20. I can go for one more round and I have to end the stream now. As much as I want to play more Tekken after 7 PM, I cannot. I have to bring my sister to airport. I want to play more. Alright, last one. Oh, I might even play more Counter-Strike tonight with my friends. Probably. Most likely. Actually, make that 100%. You're the best. I'm the best. I'm the best kobold with the gun. Maybe I should do this more. Not needing to speak loudly. It's great. Albeit sometimes... See, the thing is I cannot shout now. Because my throat hurts. But if I can shout and choose not to and speak like this intentionally, I don't think I can do it. Just speak normally. I'm doing this because I need to let my throat rest a little bit. It's all. Nothing much. Oh, I never played Overpass. Oh shit. No, it's my first Overpass. Kafari is surprised that I used to go like tilted and shout and scream on stream back then. Oh yeah, the Kafari asked something on Twitter. Kafari asked something like, has anyone ever gone like batshit insane on stream and just like have a bad time while playing a competitive game or in a very stressful surrounding, like a game that is like, it's pretty much like in a competitive scene, right? In a very tight scene. So it's like, has anyone ever done that? It's like, yeah, I do. 2 years ago, I believe, or last year, when I was still streaming Tekken 7, and I actually just go ape shit on stream. Yeah, I screamed, shouted, saying bad words but not slurs because I'm mad. I'm very, very mad. Uncontrollable rage even. And yeah, and Kafari is surprised. Kafari is kind of surprised that I did that. It's like, yeah, I guess I sort of grew out of it because now I don't do it anymore. At most, I would just be like, I'm mad, I'm angry. That's it. I'll take a break from this. I don't want to shout anymore. I don't want people here to have a bad vibe. So I need to control my anger as well. And I think me saying that allows me to learn a little bit, you know, allows me to learn a little bit. Let's go. I don't know where I'm going, but we're going. I'm behind you. Ow. It's like 3 of them there. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy, I didn't even shoot them. I guess we can go A. I don't like this map, same. I'm going there. Martin. What kind of flashbang is that? Throw it outside. Oh, they died. Thanks for the smoke. Just hide. Oh god, I got back and forth. Just hide until they try to can defuse the bomb, and then we go out and get the bag like a little back stabby stab because we're sneaky peeky bold. All right. Where do you go? Why would you throw it down? Alright, you like to go to this place? I can respect that. You like going to the most dangerous place ever? Alright, okay. I see. And now you decide to run away? Alright, okay. Hey, it's fair. Fair is fair. Where? Although that AK is not bad, just need to be a little bit faster with the handling. Ooh, nice. I can't reload. Bro, where? How do they know? They keep dying at the same place. Where are they shooting from? Oh no, I'm gonna suck at this map. This map's tough. It's all I'm gonna say about it. B. You gave me the bomb. I say B. If you don't want to go B, I'll go die with the bomb. You throw me the bomb. If you don't go B, I'll die with the bomb. I don't care. Wait for a little bit. G? Wow. Alright, I'm going in. Dude, what kind of flashbang is that? hide, just hide. Just hide, just hide. Yeah, just hide, just hide. No, I saw that. I was a little too late. Nice, good shit, good shit. G. Nice. Did you take that G? Oh, guess we like B now. Alright. I respect Rush B. They didn't think we we're gonna go here twice. Damn! Cover. Just hide. Ow! Ow! Where? I mean from below the stairs, I guess. Maybe I should find another place to hide. Ooh, that's tough. I'm the worst. Try a smoke. Monotut. I like monotut. Where'd you ping? Can we be again? Hey, okay, I'll follow you. God damn it, there's two people there. I think that person with me just now was training AK. I can totally respect that. Ooh, that's tough. Yeah, the bomb dropped at the unfavorable position. Ooh. Max 7. Oh, we didn't kill any of them. That's bad. Six bullets. Flashbang. Look away. Don't panic. Don't panic. It's okay. They died. They died. Good. Oh. Smoke. I guess Tekken is pretty strong, is it? Ow. Why would you look that way? It's okay, they're already doing so much better than me. I just panicked, sorry. I panic when I look at someone else play. Ooh, I'm not good. I'm not good. I'm playing terribly. B, I like B. Go B, go B. Just in the end of the surprise. Yikes! It exploded in my face. Oh my god, two of them. Dude! All the bombs, dude. Ow, my throat hurts. I'm sorry, that's so funny. I actually got bombed to death. Flashback. Hey, you flash your own teammate. Woo! Nova. Oh. Facepalm is so aware. Yeah, Facepalm is really good. The special awareness from Facepalm is amazing. I'm going shotgun. It's been a while. Let's try it. I'm just like pop the head. Pop the head.
This is what we have been working for.
Intrusive thoughts. Intrusive thoughts be like. I'm gonna pop the head. Nice. Wait for them to exhaust the bomb. Nice. Archie? Do I dare? Nah, I don't dare. I don't use all. I need to get the bomb though. Nah, I'm going in. How do you get to the bomb? Bro, how do you get to the bomb? Bruh. Maybe it's because I have voice disabled. But I'm gonna have voice disabled because I don't want anyone to shout at my shout in my ear. Alright, time to bring out the big gun. Mark 10. Mark 10. And why not Dobretta? Maybe I'm not playing perfectly, but you're still the best. Oh, I'll take it, thank you. Oh, bomb AFK? No, alright. Wait for them to exhaust the bomb first. Dude, wait for them to exhaust the bomb first. Bomb down. Oh god, I shouldn't have jumped. Does it look like? Ooh, good shit. 2 on 2. 1 on. Oh no. Why are you at B? I guess if you want, you could save. Oh, nice. In. They gave me anxiety. Oh no, that was so good though. They almost did it. They almost did it. That was so beautiful. They gave me the bomb. I'm gonna wait for a little bit because they always exhaust the bomb first. Why are we not unifying is the question. Did they see me? Thanks, I guess I've been blocked. That's a good smoke. Damn! No! Oh, that was a really good, that was a really good try. I messed up. P90 is too fast. In terms of short range, yeah, P90 wins. Maybe I should buy a P90? Maybe? Bro, I have a lot of money though. Why do I have so much money? Yeah, let's go P90, why not? Just bought 2 guns. Wait, let them exhaust the bomb first. Let them think that there's no one here. Oh, that's an angle! Okay. So they like to check that angle, I see. Oh, nice. What? Oh, damn. Good. Oh, that was a really good performance though. I like that. Ah, gee. So noises. Running down from B, someone? I heard. Yeah, someone's running down from B. Silent. Someone's at B. Camping. Oh no. I didn't know you can open up the toilet. I can respect saving gun.
Counter-terrorists win.
Until they think that there's no one here. We're playing the long game. Or not. Or not. Oh. Oh, damn. Oh no, I suck. I totally suck. It's okay, look at this. This is where we get 1311.
I'm waiting here.
The power move, 1311.
These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning.
Footsteps. Damn! Damn!
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, let's just say I'm pretty bad at this map currently. And also bad at playing Ito. Don't worry, Kaputa, you got this. I trust you. You the best. Look at this. One shot, one kill, 3 of them. Easy. Footsteps behind you. That's so mean. They're trying to knife him. Right, look at this. Pi Yeah, Pi. What does that mean? What does that mean? That means I'm going serious mode. Kobo's gonna go sicko mode.
Go, go, go.
They tried to knife him? Not me, someone else.
Smoke.
Let's go look at B.
Throwing flashbang.
Oh, bombs there. Holy shit. Ow. Yeah. See, this is what Unity do. 5 of us should just go in one place and go guns a-blazing. Oh, I'm about to trust you with my spear. It's a Sergal spear. I stole it. Why does that sound wrong, Jade? Wait a minute, Jade. What does that mean?
Bomb has been planted.
B. Finders keepers? Oh, no, mine. It's mine. It's a spear, it's mine. Oh my god, I absolutely suck. I suck big time. I suck big time. Holy shit. Well, I tried. Don't care. Nuh-uh, it's mine. It's a spear. And spear's like made of rocks. I need it. I will bite your ankle. Is your ankle big enough to bite? Wait, do birds have ankles? I'm sure they do, right? 5:46. Yeah, I have to end here, sadly. Yeah. I'm sad now. I want to play more. Fine. Yeah, I have to end here. Sadly. It almost feels like I'm whispering. Because I kinda am. I'm trying to preserve my throat. That spear is made out of Damascus steel. That's shiny. I need it. Because northern circles are war-minded motherfuckers. But their spears though, goddamn. Don't they have like double? Double that, you know what I mean? Double that. The thing. Good night, Brecky. No, just one, but the thing is, Are they barbed? Whoa. Wait, why are we talking about this here? No, my channel's gonna get banned. Let me go find the right target real quick. Because I'm in chat? Fair. Fair point, you bring the cursed? Nah, that's not really cursed. That's not a lot of people ramming. Oh yeah, I don't have a team anymore. Any kobold going on? Let me check. Kobold. Me and a punky kobold has been going for about 9 hours. Let me go see. Where's the game? Isekai Slow Life? We have a new kobold here, it looks like. Adjective, noisy, chaotic. Sounds about right. Sounds about right for a kobold. Not this particular kobold that you're looking at currently. I'm the quiet kobold that just stays in corners. I'm the quiet kobold. Punky kobold. I guess we can rate them. Punky kobold. Yeah, it's another kobold. Let's listen to her. What is this game? Is it like a League of Legends thing? No, this is straight out League of Legends. What is Isekai's slow life? She's playing League of Legends. Yeah, that is straight out League of Legends. Wait, what? But I guess we can rate I guess we can rate another kobold question mark. I mean, it's never enough kobolds, honestly. Yeah, I'm looking at the stream currently. That is just League of Legends. You see at least 2 kobolds on the screen. Okay, yeah, fair. That's my identical twin. Whose name is Tylra Small Kobold instead of Tylra Kobold. Ah, gotcha. It's my identical twin. She's been going on for like almost 9 hours. She seems excited to see your butt. Nah, just excited to see my tail. Tail enthusiast. I get it, me too. I like tails too. Occupation bongo. She's doing her best. Yeah, we can rate Punky Kobold. It's another kobold. I'm gonna bring it's someone new. It's someone that I never rated before, but I think, yeah, I'm gonna rate someone new today because a lot of apparently no. I'm not seeing a dragon and a kobold streaming currently. Oh, I guess I can try like find them again. How about if I search for the dragon? Dragon tag. What's gonna happen? Oh, oops, I messed up. Okay, give me a few more minutes. I forgot dragon's just full of anime girls. Blood Dirk. Ooh. Quick Claw. Ooh. War Thunder? Drake the Drake? Drake the Drake? Interesting. Drake the Drake, huh? Infra the Lost. There is a few dragons here, like actual dragon instead of just like anime girls. Hey, see, I'm there. Wow. And also, yes, I have the dragon tag in because why not? I'm a kobold. Fun-sized dragon. Blood Dirk is playing Super Mario Bros. 3. Let me see. Ooh, it looks like a base avatar made by someone. But it's a Dirk still. I kinda like a Dirk though. Oh, he's doing speedrunning. Germany? Oh. Sound from Germany. Let's listen to them. I'm looking at streams currently.
Today. on 3 runs that made it out of Super Mario World. The first run that made it out of Super Mario World was a 2:35.
Is it like... I think it's not bad for me to assume that...
And that lasts until 8:4 in Super Mario Bros. 2:18 from earlier that lasts until 5:4 in Super Mario.
It's not bad for me to assume that Germany has like a sort of accent, a sort of thick accent that I like. I don't know why, but I like it. Why there's so many enemy girls in the dragon tag? I don't know. That makes me upset. I don't like that. I lick Kobo's toes. Okay, let me look at this like another new player. I Quick Claw playing War Thunder. Ooh, that's a nice looking dragon. Oh my god. Is that like a Wings of Fire dragon? If you're wondering, yes, I'm a dragon. No, I will not eat you. Thank you. Kobold feels safe from under the dragon. Let's listen to them.
He's directly in front of your tank right now.
I don't see anybody.
Oh, it's playing
I
a
see
few
him.
different people.
There's 2 there.
Yeah.
That's a... Wait, that dragon sounds really nice though. Why do I feel like I have like the baby voice? I don't get it. And then like the dragons have like a thick accent, deep voice. And then here's like a kobold me just having some sort of baby voice. I don't even know. We have a... Ooh, that's a cool looking kobold. No, that's not a kobold, it's a dragon. I'm kind of inclined to raid Quick Claw instead. Kinda. Although Quick Claw has been going for 7 hours, I don't know how long they're gonna go still. I might raid Quick Claw, a new dragon. Or at least a dragon that I never heard before. Playing War Thunder. Don't know what that game is. Looks like some tank game? Question mark? You have a great voice. Do I? I don't know, but I'll take it. Thank you. We're gonna raid someone new. By the name of Quicklaw. I'm just gonna summon Bernie real quick. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. It's just to show my coffee, that's it. Okay, I'm not gonna do too much plug, it's okay. I'm gonna do the rate real, I'm gonna type in the rate real quick. Quick Claw. I typed in the rate. Hopefully I didn't do anything, like, hopefully I didn't type anything wrong here. Let's see, okay, there we go. You know what, I'm just gonna copy and paste the name just in case just to make sure that I got it right. Crap. There we go, okay. I'm ready to raid. I'm probably gonna go get dinner first, and then gonna, go take my sister to airport. Tomorrow I'll play more Tekken 8 lah, because today there's like a maintenance going on, so I cannot play Tekken 8. But tomorrow will not have any maintenance, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there will be no maintenance, and I can just play the game for a whole day if I want to. So yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner first. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Punch punch. I'll punch you. Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable, right? Here comes raid 2. Quick claw. A Tekken. Boom. Is that Flower Dirk? Isn't that like a Digimon? Of course, we have raid shinies. Also, non-sub raid. The raid messages. It's a dragon. It should be fair that we're raiding his shinies, right? There you go. Why are you clawing me? What'd I do? Oh, I just realized I still have my sound alert muted. Oops. Sorry, I didn't check. No. Did someone do any sound alert stuff? Maybe someone did, I just missed it. Oh, there's like an emotional damage that... Oh no. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Sag. But... yeah, I'm sorry. I'll play more Tekken tomorrow. Hopefully my situation gets better. Alright? I'm still a little sickly, but I'm feeling a little bit better today. So, yeah, all good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Smooches. Be safe. Bye-bye.